suffering imposed by being created and creating sentient creatures is unjustified. Unjustified and abhorrent, grotesque behavior from either ignorance or just cruel nature. We are disgusting as things. We feed off one another, kindred, ancestors. We have been brought here over generations of self-feeding, ignoring the most valuable thing, gratuitous suffering, hard suffering, for no accomplishment, no absurd. As a victim, I have authority. I know suffering is bad. All I have to do is be subjected to it. It is negative. Absolutely nothing else is compared. What do we do with our own personal time? What are we doing right now that could be used to prevent harm from existing? What are we wasting? The objective perhaps is futile. We must end hunger by being hungry. And if the universe is supposed to continue as it is indefinitely, if matter cannot be destroyed, and this possibility for sentience always will exist, what hope is exist? What hope is there? Are you alone? Are you suffering? Are you futile? Are you evil? Are you worthless? waste time. Worse. Worse. Wasting person. Monsters. Brainless. Gutless. Monsters. Horror. Horror. Endless. Futile. Inject it in yourself before you inject it into others. Fuck you. Fuck the imposer. It in yourself before you inject it into others. Fuck you. Fuck the imposers. Fuck you. If you're one of them. Inject horror into yourself before you inject it into other people. Fuck you. Imposers. First, fuck you. My life is meaningless if it is futile, if I cannot get over my own personal hunger. I should just kill myself. If that futility doesn't just devour itself. The pain, how much would it be worth? Over everyone else's. Over everyone else's. What ego could possibly matter? What glory could you experience to change anything about the facts that you're just the spawn of a brainless chemical mechanism. DNA. It is stupid. it is unintelligent. And it has lead flowing through your veins in your brain. You might as well kill yourself if you're gonna spread that futility to other brain. You might as well kill yourself if you're gonna spread that futility to others. You might as well die. And I might as well kill you if I could. Because what's my life worth if I'm in the same shithole? Thanks for not being an asshole. Is reality something we can know, or is it something that we just make up? And if it's something we know, we can know, how do we discover? And generally that's through basic perceptions. And I mean, through those perceptions, common representations for everything can be made. And you don't really have to know anything to an absolute degree necessarily to make conclusions. I mean, just out here, I can make the conclusion that nothing's really so important to this conversation. And basically through enough of your own experience with things such as just unpleasant experiences with the things we can perceive in what we call reality, we can make conclusions with those experiences. And enough people can already say that those things suck. There's no purpose. And typically anyone who says there is some retribution, redemption for all the negative that we perceive, whether it can be proved to an absolute degree or not, that it has any value, it's still enough to compel us away from being just utterly in discontent. And I think that should be all. I mean, there's nothing really, if you want to disagree with that people should just move away from uncomfortable experiences altogether, then what reality are you basing that reasoning on? And if you're not going to really agree that there is a reality to base anything on, then, like I said, why do anything? There's nothing to accomplish. It is just a void. If you remove everything that is apparent, it is just empty. But, of course, I'm going to argue that if we can take into account everything that is what we call apparent, then there's no reason continue the experience. Basing reality just on your basic perceptions. And if you can't even agree on that, then it's like it is really like talking to just something that doesn't think, that doesn't have a brain. And that's just sucks. If you want to reduce everything to apparent matter and energy, it's not going to do you any favors in your own experience with life in the long run. And even if it doesn't affect you that much, it's going to affect other people. So that's where it is. I mean, it's just a war. And if you don't want to encounter that, it would be in your interest, everyone's interest, just to shut it all down. Because beyond the experience, there's nothing going on. Regardless of whether we do just place value, or that value placing is beyond us also, it's going to be in your interest in the end, regardless of what you say about it now. Because everything we can draw upon with our basic perceptions tells us that. We're going nowhere. If you want to argue about voids, there's no we. There is anything you can draw upon which is just anything that's apparent. There is none of that. So it's just a non. You can't do anything. And is it inconsistent to say there are imperatives when you can also argue that there is a void? That's all? That there is no thing? It's not inconsistent with what's apparent. And since we can interact with what's only apparent because we are only apparent, I don't see any inconsistency. But if you want to take it all the way, I'm going to argue that the only ultimate way to realize any of this is through being very uncomfortable, to the point of dying. And a lot of people aren't going to get any of that. well, a lot of people have any reason to want to be in this conversation, they're not going to get an experience that's going to alter their thoughts. And that's just futile. Because they're going to, you can beat them. You can throw what's called, you can shove, what we can base all of reality on with logic, just observation, examination, and it's not gonna, for people who are only in it for themselves, there's nothing really to say. If you want to use your mind as a weapon, now I'm going to have to do the same to people like that, or you. And, for me it's just to end. It's just for the end. Is there anything else to say? Oh yeah, you said something about people. I'm not sure if you were being sarcastic. Most of the time, is it worth even finding out if you're honestly saying some stuff? Well, first off, it's describing reality in a way that says there is only one thing that truly matters. And that thing is suffering. Physical discomfort. And since that thing is the only thing of value, you can only go from a less bad to a worse, or a worse to a less bad state. And with this conclusion, it basically brings up the question of whether we should continue life at all. Whether we should, take control of people's reproductive freedom, if you want to call it that. And basically tries to point in the direction of saying, this is what it really costs. And typical opposition to this position basically denies that suffering has any objective value. For example, they might just say it's subjective, value is subjective, which doesn't really say much. It's more of a projection of what they think, of what they have valued themselves personally. And It makes you question their integrity. It makes you question what they've experienced personally, what they've seen, and how they can deny these basic perceptions that we were given. And then this position also assumes that you're probably an atheist, that you don't believe in an intelligent design, that we weren't brought here for some specific purpose, and that word is very flawed. It only exists because we were here to create a need in the first place. So if you don't believe we evolved from a single piece of DNA, and that we were brought here for some other reason, vague and unnamed, then this probably won't make much sense to you, or you won't agree with it. But until you personally can say whether or not there is something else to be valued objectively, that you have experienced hard discomfort and suffering, that you've seen it and that you have witnessed how people react when they experience hard suffering, and that it's not just a word, it's not just something made up, that the experience itself is intrinsically bad, and that word itself is not something that can be pulled arbitrarily, subjectively, out of nothing. That by evolution we were given tools to perceive reality with, and from that we can make value judgments. Logic can validate the axioms, conclusions we may draw from them. And so antinatalism is basically saying, let's stop. Let's stop this life game. Let's stop creating new sentient creatures, feeling beings, perceiving reality. Let's stop that, because there's nothing to be done here. There's no good that can come from it. And any good you might think that can come from it is really just your own personal bullshit. It's not quantitative. It's essentially worthless. You are essentially worthless beyond the fact that you can feel hard discomfort. You know, if it was just a pinprick, as some people like to force this argument into, psychologically, yeah, we could probably just negate the facts that there is nothing really to do here. And we'd probably just, get drunk and have fun forever, right? But that's not the reality. And the reality isn't ever going to be something people want to look at, something that's going to have to be shoved in their face, or it's just going to never be realized. And there is a consequence to that. Consciousness will suffer. And that sucks. Antinatalism says, create no harm. Have no new life. Because that's all it can do. It's create harm. And so far, life is not fail-safe.
like the fact that people are willing to go to the extreme, in my opinion, that the circle of people surrounding in Mendham are willing to do. I call it a cult because I like the fact that there are people that are willing to be that much of a devil's advocate.
Suffering. Oh, that feels good. Oh, suffering. So yeah, suffering. Yeah, it's so much fun.
And they do seem to be sincere.
So, what's there to talk about? Well, feeling better. I know I must not look amazing. But I am feeling better. I'm doing better. You know, it takes a little bit for everything to come back. So in the meantime, I have to kind of just do some mundane things. Like, you know, just going out to eat something. Or going to the store. And it helps. It makes me feel less miserable. But I am planning on doing some pretty crazy stuff. Just the time hasn't come to it yet, but it will. It's gonna be fucking crazy. We got 6-month lease.
was planning, I was thinking that I should just move from my current city altogether. I was thinking Montana, where it's even more secluded and quiet and less people. I mean, I've been there before. So that should be interesting. I know I'm probably not very interesting right now. Just all these programs that I've had in my mind just kept away for the longest time. They're gonna need some warming up before I can just shoot it out. And I'm totally going nuts. Sorry. Nice. So that's that's people from the inpatient place that I was at, O'Reilly. So that's cool. So I guess things aren't gonna be as destitute as I was feeling. Definitely not. Never again going back to that horrible, gratuitous situation. So expect something to come, because it always will be. What's a name worth? It helps one identify something perceived, something that can be perceived, or at least contemplated, felt. Emotions can't really be named for their feeling. Beyond just describing a behavior. There are no words for how one truly feels. There are no names for horror. It needs to be taken as an absolute, or you betray yourself. You betray any hope of knowing any part of reality. If you experience horror, There's nothing that should amount to denying any further your impact, the impact of being alive, what it means. It goes through all the absurd risk, self-imposed, self-glorifying. There is room for dissonance at the bare minimum. There's room for being against new creation of life. That alone speaks for itself on how fucked up things can get. First, you have to believe it. You have to experience horror. And there are no words, there are no names. Except for the simple convenience of the word. It doesn't cover it.
Yeah, this is incredibly smooth. I can barely even feel it go down my throat. Compared to these, Turkish Gold compared to these, it's incredibly smooth. I mean, you can't even feel it. I mean, with these you can feel it. You can definitely feel it go down your throat and into your lungs. Let me try another hit. Definitely felt a little bit go down, but definitely not as intense as Marble. Not as intense. Of course, it's called Bold for a reason, I suppose. And this is Turkish Gold. It's supposed to be exceptionally mellow and extraordinary smoothness. So I think they did okay.
So this is very good if you're not into something super intense and if you just want to have some quiet without a lot of intensity. Very mellow, very smooth. So, like the package says, it's pretty good. And that's all.
Hello. This is my first time trying Pall Mall. Never done it. Famous American cigarettes. So it's supposed to last longer. Let's see. I'm going to compare this to Turkish Gold because those last pretty decently for not being extra long. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit harder to get. You have to inhale deeper to get a good hit. Subtle flavor, kind of like Marlboro. Maybe similar to the Reds. Not much chemical taste. But yeah, it's not too different, but it's not amazing either. Let me get a better taste. Yeah, not much of a taste. Very light. But you can feel it go down. Stronger than Turkish Gold, definitely. Pretty decent. Would I get it again? Probably not. I prefer blacks, Marlboro blacks, and Turkish Gold is pretty good, but I tend to smoke so much of that stuff that it disappears really quickly. It's not very strong, but it is very tasty compared to this. This is very average, very light, not too much going on. Well, it is burning pretty slowly. I've already taken how many hits? 6 or more. So that's pretty good compared to some others that would be probably down to here by now. So I still got 3/4 of the cigarette left. So I guess they're not lying about longer lasting. But is it incredible? No. I prefer the bolder taste of the blacks. And so this is my first time trying Pall Mall. Pretty average. One last hit. review. So I've already taken my first hit, unfortunately, but you get to see me take, I've only took like 2, so you get to see me take another. Okay. I like this type. It doesn't have much of a chemical taste at all. It kind of tastes like the desert, kind of. Like you can feel like a good. It's very smoky. It's just very smoky. Like you've been. It's very good. Of course, it's smoky, but it's got like some nice crisply burning wood or something. Kind of taste, smell. Okay, that was a little different. It's really hard to identify these. They're like flying all over the place. These tastes and flavors. Okay, that was a deep hit. No, it's very smooth. Even though it says bold, it's very smooth. And these are the shorter filters. So, and I haven't had a cigarette since this morning, early, So this is feeling pretty good. Yeah, pretty tasty. It's actually, I can say it's tasty, unlike some other things I've had, like the Marlboro Gold looking cigarettes or the red ones. These are distinctly different. Not much of a chemical taste. None. Pretty much none. Of course, if you smell it while it's burning, it's going to smell chemically. I wonder why that is. So I'm just going to finish this. You can stop watching now. What else can I say? It's pretty damn good. And I know smoking is bad for you, so please no comments like that. Unless, come on. I'm not really promoting this. I'm just doing this for people who already, chose for themselves whether they want to smoke. And you definitely shouldn't have a high tax rate. That's just fucking ridiculous. You're making money on people killing themselves slowly. Think about that. You're making money on people just smoking their life away. How fucked up are you to do that? Fuck all the countries that do that. Just fuck them. Come on. It's fucking wasteful. If you want more money, pay people to fucking do real work, okay? And pay people to stop the reproducing, because that's the biggest fucking problem on this planet. Everyone's having babies. They're not thinking about climate change. They're not thinking about this economic just black hole. It's fucking insane. And I don't even know much about economics, and I already know it's, for myself, that it's just going down the shithole. And people just don't see that, and they think it's okay, let's just bring another child into the shit poor world where there's probably going to be a war very, 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 very soon. How fucked up are you? Sorry. I'm supposed to be gaining your sympathy. No, I'm not, because you already had kids, if you're the one being offended right now. You already had kids, and so there's really no point in trying to earn your not hatred. Unless you're planning on other kids, but I can't really stop you since you already had that whole daddy thing flying through your head. So I'm sorry. And I am just the worst psychological monster there is on this planet because I feed off everything. I even feed off myself. It's pretty disgusting. It's a snake eats snake world. Snake eats its own tail too. I mean, it's fucking insane. We eat our own kind. We evolved here on this planet. So, if you didn't already leave, you're probably pissed off by now because I'm keep on narrowing this thing down of what is right. Evolution. There is no God. Suffering sucks. Don't have kids. I mean, how many people have I offended by now? And I do have mental illness, so you can, if you're too angry, you can just use that as an excuse not to hate me, or to hate the ideas I stand for, which is right to die, commit suicide, no taxation on fucking people's death, cancer. I mean, that's their own choice. You don't have to fuck it up even more by making them pay every single cent they have. I mean, fuck, I had to sell stuff just to get cigarettes. I mean, come on. So my quality of life goes down the fucking drain while you people steal all our money using them for other stuff. Probably not for the public because I haven't seen much fucking good out there. This world sucks. Okay? This world fucking sucks and it needs to go down the shitter because it's irreversible at this point. I mean, we fucked up so much that you can't fuck up anymore and you're just gonna have to die puking out of your eyeballs and it's gonna fucking suck because you never thought. Wait a second. What is the value in life? Is it my own subjective pleasure? Or is it to stop suffering because suffering sucks? Don't be an asshole. And if there is one person or a few still here, which I really doubt, maybe one person, and this video is probably not going to get many views anyway, so I'm probably wasting my fucking time, but it is kind of entertaining just talking to yourself. So I am getting something from this, so don't feel completely bad for me, even though I've had a pretty shitty existence. I mean, I've had moments, but they haven't been moments in a long time that I've felt like life is worth living. This place is shit. And that's that. Sorry if I made your day worse. Mine is pretty shitty, so I mean, you could try venting some of that negativity back on me and see how I like it. I probably won't, but you know, someone's got to do the dirty job of complaining. I mean, I wouldn't have chosen this, so I really am your friend when it comes to the end. I wouldn't want you to suffer what I'm going through right now. I wouldn't.
These things have incredibly short filters. Incredibly short. I mean, the tobacco goes like halfway through what looks like the filter. So, I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass when it gets that low. But good smell. Very good smell. Good taste. It has a good, nice aftertaste. I look pretty fucking crazy. You know, I love cigarettes so much that I'd rather not eat. I'd rather smoke before I eat because I spent my last money. I spent my last $11 on cigarettes and I don't even have any food. So that shows you how much I fucking love cigarettes. I've had these before. They're fucking great and it feels so good just to smoke after you haven't smoked. So I haven't smoked since last night and it's like 3:55 p.m. Shit. And all I'm eating is all I've been eating is fucking ramen. Fucking ramen noodles. So, yeah, I'd rather starve than go without cigarettes. 2 packs. Fuck yeah. So I'm gonna enjoy every single bit of these while I can. And yeah, they do burn pretty quickly if you smoke them fast. So, unlike Pall Mall, it burns pretty quickly, but it has a nice taste, a nice smell. You know, it goes halfway through the filter with tobacco. Even though it's kind of a pain in the ass, I still like it. Fuck yeah. Shit, and it's fucking hot. It's so fucking hot, I'm like sweating. Oh my god. I'm just glad I have these. That's the bare minimum. I must have cigarettes. Nice taste going in. It's fucking nice. Yeah. Have some adventure while you can, I suppose, before you kill yourself. Because that's what it's looking like for me. I mean, no food, just cigarettes. Wow. Yeah, it's probably better because, I mean, the shit I'm eating is like zero nutrition. So, you know, you'd rather smoke than eat shit. I look fantastic, don't I? I look so good. You know. Down to about half, almost. Pretty much my review. I did try 2 others, but, you know, they were very average. It was the Red Crowns and the Red L&M. Both very average. The Pall Mall Reds, probably my preferred type. And I did, there was something about them that's not so average. They have a nice lingering taste, so, and they are very long lasting. The hundreds. So I would buy those again, and I did. Except I couldn't get the hundreds, so. I'd worry these things would taste like mint, but it's not. It's just the freshness. There's very little taste of anything
anything else but tobacco. So that's menthol white. Regular. Short filters. Probably have about one more hit. Two more if I'm lucky. Not much of a chemical taste, so that's good. I think I'm done. It's not too strong. The menthol is pretty light. Very light. I wouldn't have a problem smoking more of these. I guess I didn't really know it was menthol when I bought it, but for a menthol product, it's not going to kill you. It's kind of a freshness that stays in your mouth. It's not overwhelming. And of course it's a cigarette, so if you haven't had one in a while, it's still going to be better than nothing. And if you like menthol, it's probably going to be decent, but not overpowering. the asymmetry of pleasure and pain. First, let me open this up. You can skip ahead. However, this conclusion does not follow. This is because there is a crucial difference between harms, such as pains, and benefits, such as pleasures, which entails that existence has no advantage over, but does have disadvantages relative to non-existence. Consider pains and pleasures as exemplars of harms and benefits. It is uncontroversial to say that 1. The presence of pain is bad, and that 2. The presence of pleasure is good. However, such a symmetrical evaluation does not seem to apply to the absence of pain and pleasure. For it strikes me as true that 3. The absence of pain is good, even if that good is not enjoyed by anyone. Whereas 4. The absence of pleasure is not bad unless there is somebody for whom this absence is a deprivation. Now, it might be asked how the absence of pain could be good if that good is not enjoyed by anybody. Absent pain, it might be said, cannot be good for anybody, if nobody exists for whom it can be good. This, however, is to dismiss 3 too quickly. The judgment made in 3 is made with reference to the potential interests of a person who either does or does not exist. To this, it might be objected that because 3 is part of the scenario under which this person never exists, 3 cannot say anything about an existing person. This objection would be mistaken because 3 can say something about a counterfactual case in which a person who does actually exist never did exist. Of the pain of an existing person, 3 says that the absence of this pain would have been good, even if this could only have been achieved by the absence of the person who now suffers it. In other words, judged in terms of the interests of a person who now exists, the absence of the pain would have been good even though this person would then not have existed. Consider next what 3 says of the absent pain of one who never exists, of pain the absence of which is ensured by not making a potential person actual. Claim 3 says that this absence is good when judged in terms of the interests of the person who would otherwise have existed. We may not know who that person would have been, but we can still say that whoever that person would have been, the avoidance of his or her pains is good when judged in terms of his or her potential interests. If there is any obviously loose sense in which the absent pain is good for the person who could have existed but does not exist, this is it. Clearly, 3 does not entail the absurd literal claim that there is some actual person for whom the absent pain is good. In support of the asymmetry between 3 and 4, it can be shown that it has considerable explanatory power. It explains at least 4 other asymmetries that are quite plausible. Skeptics, when they see Where this leads may begin to question the plausibility of these other asymmetries, and may want to know what support beyond the asymmetry above can be provided for them. Were I to provide such a support, the skeptics would then ask for a defense of these further supporting considerations. Every argument must have some justificatory end. I cannot hope to convince those who take the rejection of my conclusion as axiomatic. All I can show is that those who accept some quite plausible views are led to my conclusion. These plausible views include 4 other asymmetries, which I shall now outline. First, the asymmetry between 3 and 4 is the best explanation for the view that while there is a duty to avoid bringing suffering people into existence, there is no duty to bring happy people into being. In other words, the reason why we think that there is a duty not to bring suffering people into existence is that the presence of this suffering would be bad for the sufferers, and the absence of the suffering is good even though there is nobody to enjoy the absence of suffering. In contrast to this, we think that there is no duty to bring happy people into existence, because while their pleasure would be good for them, its absence would not be bad for them, given that there would be nobody who would be deprived of it. It might be objected that there is an alternative explanation for the view about our procreational duties, one that does not appeal to my claim about the asymmetry between 3 and 4. It might be suggested that the reason why we have a duty to avoid bringing suffering people into being, but not a duty to bring happy people into existence, is that we have negative duties to avoid harm, but no corresponding positive duties to bring about happiness. Judgments about our procreational duties are thus like judgments about all other duties. Now I agree that for those who deny that we have any positive duties, this would indeed be an alternative explanation to the one I have provided. However, even of those who do think that we have positive duties, only a few also think that amongst these is a duty to bring happy people into existence. It might now be suggested that there is an alternative explanation why those who do accept positive duties do not usually think that these include a duty to bring happy people into existence. It is usually thought that our positive duties cannot include a duty to create lots of pleasure if that would require significant sacrifice on our part. Given that having children involves considerable sacrifice, at least to the pregnant woman, this, and not asymmetry, is the best explanation for why there is no duty to bring happy people into existence. The problem, though, with this alternative explanation is that it implies that in the absence of this sacrifice, we would have a duty to bring happy people into existence. In other words, it would be wrong not to create such people if we could create them without great cost to ourselves. But this presupposes that the duty under discussion is in all things considered duty. However, the interests of potential people cannot ground even a defeasible duty to bring them into existence. Put another way, the asymmetry of procreative all things considered duties rests on another asymmetry, an asymmetry of procreative moral reasons. According to this asymmetry, although we have a strong moral reason grounded in the interests of potential people to avoid creating unhappy people, we have no strong moral reason grounded in the interests of potential people to create happy people. It follows that although the extent of the sacrifice may be relevant to other positive duties, this is moot in the case of purported duty to bring happy people into existence. There is a second support for my claim about the asymmetry between 3 and 4, whereas it is strange, if not incoherent, to give as a reason for having a child that the child one has will thereby be benefited. It is not strange to cite a potential child's interest as a basis for avoiding bringing a child into existence. If having children were done for the purpose of thereby benefiting those children, then there would be greater moral reason for at least many people to have more children. In contrast to this, our concern for the welfare of potential children who would suffer is a sound basis for deciding not to have children. If absent pleasures were bad, irrespective of whether they were bad for anybody, then having children for their own sakes would not be odd. And if it were not the case that absent pains are good, even where they are not good for anybody, then we could not say that it would be good to avoid bringing suffering children into existence. Thirdly, support for the asymmetry between 3 and 4 can be drawn from a related asymmetry, this time in our retrospective judgments. Bringing people into existence, as well as failing to bring people into existence, can be regretted. However, only bringing people into existence can be regretted for the sake of the person whose existence was contingent on our decision. This is not because those who are not brought into existence are indeterminate. Instead, it is because they never exist. We can regret for the sake of an indeterminate but existent person that a benefit was not bestowed on him or her, but we cannot regret for the sake of somebody who never exists, and thus cannot thereby be deprived. A good that this never existent person never experiences. One might agree about not having had children, but not because the children that one could have had have been deprived of existence. Remorse about not having children is remorse for ourselves. Sorrow about having missed childbearing and child-rearing experiences. However, we do not regret having brought into existence a child with an unhappy life. And we regret it for the child's sake, even if also for our own sakes. The reason why we do not lament our failure to bring somebody into existence is because absent pleasures are not bad. Finally, support for the asymmetry between 3 and 4 can be found in the asymmetrical judgments about A, distant suffering, and B, uninhabited portions of the earth or the universe. Whereas, at least when we think of them, we rightly are sad for inhabitants of a foreign land whose lives are characterized by suffering. When we hear that some island is unpopulated, we are not similarly sad for the happy people who, had they existed, would have populated this island. Similarly, nobody really mourns for those who do not exist on Mars, feeling sorry for potential such beings that they cannot enjoy life. Yet, if we knew that there were sentient life on Mars, but that Martians were suffering, we would regret this for them. The claim here need not, but could be the strong one, that we would regret their very existence. The fact that we would regret the suffering within their life is sufficient to support the asymmetry I am defending. The point is that we regret suffering, but not the absent pleasures of those who could have existed. Now it might be objected that just as we do not regret absent pleasures of those who could have existed, we do not take joy in the absent pain of those who could have existed. For if we did, the objection goes, we should be overjoyed by the amount of pain that is avoided, given how few of all the possible people ever become actual, and thus how much pain is avoided. But joy is not appropriate contrast to regret. Although we regret suffering of distant others, at least when we think about them, we are not usually overcome with melancholy about it. Thus, the important question is not whether we feel joy, the opposite of melancholy, about absent pains, but whether the absent pain is the opposite of regrettable. What we might call welcome or simply good. The answer I've suggested is affirmative. If we are asked whether the absence of suffering is a good feature of never existing, we would have to say that it is. And I'll stop on page 36. I suppose this will be a cigar review. Never tried one. I'm kind of excited. I didn't even know it was cigars. Just thought it was some kind of random brand. It's a squishy box. Not really. I mean, let's try one. Just have to get this open. Okay. We got that. Okay. This sort of smells different. There we go. First cigar ever. Should make the package a little bit more sturdy. Excuse me. There we go. It's got a more harsh taste. Definitely something else in this. And somewhat of a taste too. Kind of sweet. The first thing I noticed was it was kind of like an aftertaste of after you drank some coffee. Kind of like that. And something else. I don't know what that is. But it tastes good. Yep, smooth and sweet. So that's intended. I'm not exactly sure what makes a cigar. But it is different. Yeah, there's definitely a taste of something else. I mean, there's that kind of harsh coffee aftertaste. And then sweetness at the very end. It stays on your tongue. Yeah, there's something else there. I don't know, I guess you could call that cigar, but I've never had others, so I don't know. But there is definitely a different taste when you just leave it in your mouth. looks different. I'm not sure if I like it. That other taste. There's definitely 3 tastes. You know, tobacco, the coffee like after harshness taste, which isn't that bad. And then there's the sweet very at the end. But there's something else in the middle. Smells different too. Not sure. Would I get it again? I don't think so. I might try, those bigger ones. I haven't tried one of those, and those look pretty fun, so I might do that next. If I can find it. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it's there. I mean, I've seen other people smoke it before. And, how do I describe that taste? Like that face. I mean, that face describes it. Kind of like dirt mixed with tobacco, maybe. Stuck in an old basement between books, old books. It's kind of what it tastes like. And I'm not sure if these are worse than cigarettes. But there's definitely a distinct different taste. And it's more complex. Definitely more complex. So if you're a thinking type, you might enjoy this. Might give you some more stuff to savor. I'm not sure if I like that general mineral taste. Yeah, like old books, dirt, smothered tobacco, in a basement that hasn't been touched in a very long time. It smells like, I don't know. I mean, it's not terrible. I'm not going to waste these. Yep, definitely sweet taste. I mean, you probably won't notice it if you're not like, you have to kind of move your tongue around a bit to get it. Not sure how they do it, but I kind of want the flavored. So I'm going to go try and see if I can get some of those flavored whatever cigars. I'm not sure they have flavored cigarettes, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they do, but they're probably more expensive or something. These were fairly cheap. Yeah. Not sure if it goes. The filter ends about here, it seems. So, hopefully I don't burn my fingers. Yeah, I don't know. Probably won't buy these again. I don't see the reason. I mean, that taste isn't too likable. But, I mean, it's tolerable. Just gonna finish this, I suppose. Yeah, definitely a little bit harsh going down. Kind of burns my lips. See, it's kind of burnt. I mean, the filter is like the paper isn't totally enclosed around it, so it kind of burns a little bit. Well, only once it's down to here, so I'm not sure if that's very cool. Yeah, there's something that got through. Definitely a lot of junk in there. I'll finish right now. Preface. Each one of us was harmed by being brought into existence. That harm is not negligible, because the quality of even the best lives is very bad, and considerably worse than most people recognize it to be. Although it is obviously too late to prevent our own existence, it is not too late to prevent the existence of future possible people. Creating new people is thus morally problematic. In thus book, I argue for these claims and show why the usual responses to them, incredulity, if not indignation, are defective. Given the deep resistance to the views I shall be defending, I have no expectation that this book or its arguments will have any impact on baby making. Procreation will not continue undeterred, causing vast amount of harm. I have written this book, then, not under the illusion that it will make much difference to the number of people there will be, but rather from the opinion that what I have to say needs to be said, whether or not it is accepted. Many readers will be inclined to dismiss my arguments and will do so too hastily. When rejecting an unpopular view, it is extraordinarily easy to be overly confident in the force of one's responses. This is partly because there is less felt need to justify one's views when one is defending an orthodoxy. It is also partly because
Counter-responses from those critical of this orthodoxy, given their rarity, are harder to anticipate. The argument I advance in this book has been enhanced as a result of a number of engaging critical responses to earlier versions. Anonymous reviewers from the American Philosophical Quarterly offered worthy challenges, forcing me to improve the earliest versions. The 2 papers I published in that journal provided the basis for Chapter 2 of this book, and I am grateful for permission to use that earlier material. Those papers were considerably reworked and developed partly as a result of many comments received in the intervening years, and especially while I was writing this book. I am grateful to the University of Cape Town for a sabbatical semester in 2004, during which 4 of the book's chapters were written. I presented material from various chapters in a number of fora, including the philosophy department at the University of Cape Town, Rose University in Grahamstown, South Africa, the 7th World Congress of Bioethics in Sydney, Australia, and in the United States at the Jean Beer Blumenfeld Center for Ethics at Georgia State University, the Center for Bioethics at the University of Minnesota, and the Philosophy Department at the University of Alabama in Birmingham. I am grateful for the lively discussion on these occasions, for their helpful comments and suggestions. Should I like to thank, among others, Andy Altman, Dan Brock, Ben Bruld, Nick Foshin, Stefan Nathanson, Marty Perlmutter, Robert Segal, David Weberman, Bernhard Weiss, and Keith Willman. I am most grateful to the 2 reviewers for Oxford University Press, David Wesserman and David Boonin. They gave extensive comments that helped me anticipate the kinds of responses critical readers of the published work could have. I have attempted to raise and reply to these in revising the manuscript, and I am sure that the book is much better for having considered their objections, even if they are not convinced by my replies. I am acutely aware, however, that there is always room for improvement, and I only wish that I knew now, rather than later or never, what improvements could be made. Finally, I should like to thank my parents and brothers for what they do and for all they are. The book is dedicated to them. Even though they brought me into existence, my parents, and to my brothers, each of whose existence, although a harm to him, is a great benefit to the rest of us. And introduction. Life is so terrible, it would have been better not to have been born. Who is so lucky? Not 1 in 100,000, Jewish saying. The central idea of this book is that coming into existence is always a serious harm. That idea will be defended at length, but the basic insight is quite simple. Although the good things in one's life make it go better than it otherwise would have gone, one could not have been deprived by their absence if one had not existed. Those who never exist cannot be deprived. However, by coming into existence, one does suffer quite serious harms that could not have befallen one had one not come into existence. To say that the basic insight is quite simple is not to say that either it or what we can deduce from it will be undisputed. I shall consider all the anticipated objections in due course, and shall argue that they fail. The implication of all this is that coming into existence, far from ever constituting a net benefit, always constitutes a net harm. Most people, under the influence of powerful biological dispositions toward optimism, find this conclusion intolerable. They are still more indignant at the further implication that we should not create new people. Creating new people by having babies is much a part of human life that it is rarely thought even to require a justification. Indeed, most people do not even think about whether they should or should not make a baby. They just make one. In other words, procreation is usually the consequence of sex rather than the result of a decision to bring people into existence. Those who do not need to decide to have a child might do so for any number of reasons, but among these reasons cannot be the interests of the potential child. One can never have a child for the child's sake. That much should be apparent to everybody, even those who reject the stronger view for which I argue in this book, that not only does one not benefit by people bringing them into existence, but one always harms them. My argument applies not only to humans, but also to other sentient beings, Such beings do not simply exist, they exist in a way that there is something that it feels like to exist. In other words, they are not merely objects, but also subjects. Although sentience is a later evolutionary development, it is a more complex state of being than insentience. It is far from clear that it is a better state of being. This is because sentient existence comes at a significant cost in being able to experience. Sentient beings are able to and do experience unpleasantness. Although I think that coming into existence harms all sentient beings, and I shall sometimes speak about all such beings, my focus will be on humans. There are few reasons for this focus other than the sheer convenience of it. The first is that people find the conclusion hardest to accept when it applies to themselves. The focus on humans rather than all sentient life reinforces its application to humans. A second reason is that, with one exception, the argument has most particular significance when applied to the humans because we can act on it by desisting from producing children. The exception is the case of human breeding of animals, from which we could also desist. A third reason for focusing on humans is that those humans who do not desist from producing children cause suffering to those about whom they tend to care most, their own children. This may make the issues more vivid for them than they otherwise would be. A version of the view I defend in this book is the subject of some humor. Who is so lucky? Life is so terrible, it would have been better not to have been born. Who is so lucky? Not 1 in 100,000. Sigmund Freud describes this quip as a nonsensical joke, which raises the question whether my view is similarly nonsensical. Is it? Sheer drivel to say that coming into existence is a harm, and thus that it is better never to come into existence? Many people think that it is. Much of the argument in Chapter 2 will show that they are mistaken. But first some ground must be cleared of confusion. Dr. Freud says that anybody who is not born is not a moral man at all, and there is no good and no best for him. Here, Dr. Freud anticipates an aspect of what is called the non-identity problem, which I shall discuss at length in Chapter 2. Some contemporary philosophers offer a similar objection when they deny that one could be better off not being born. The never-existent cannot be benefited and cannot be better off. I shall not claim that the never-existents literally are better off. Instead, I shall argue that coming into existence is always bad for those who come into existence. In other words, although we may not be able to say the never-existent that never existing is good for them, we can say of the existent that existence is bad for them. There is no absurdity here, or so I shall argue. Once we acknowledge that coming into existence can be a harm, we might want to speak loosely about never coming into existence being better. This is not to say that it is better for that never existent, nor that the never existents are better benefited. I grant that there's even something odd about speaking about the never existent, but because that it is surely a referenceless term. There clearly are not any never existent people. It is, however, a convenient term of which we can make some sense. By it we mean those possible people who never became actual. With this in mind, consider the joke again. It can be viewed as making two claims. 1, that it is better not to be born, and 2, that nobody is lucky enough not to be born. We now see that there is a loose sense in which one can say that it is better not to be born. It is an indirect way of saying that coming into existence is always a harm, and there is nothing nonsensical in claiming that nobody is lucky enough never to have come into existence, even though it would have been playful nonsense to claim that there are some people who are lucky enough to come into existence. In any event, the fact that one can construct a joke about the view that coming into existence is always a harm does not show that the view itself is laughable nonsense. Although we can laugh at silliness, we can also laugh about various serious matters. It is into the latter category that I place jokes about the harm of coming into existence. Lest it be thought that the arguments I advance are intended as mere philosophical games or jokes, I should emphasize that I am entirely serious in my arguments, and I believe the conclusions. I am serious about these matters because what lies in the balance is the presence or absence of vast amounts of harm. I shall show in Chapter 3 that each life contains a great deal of bad, much more than people usually think. The only way to guarantee that some future possible person will not suffer this harm is to ensure that possible person will never become an actual person. Not only is this harm already avoidable, but it is also so utterly pointless this harm at least if we consider only the interest of the potential person and not also the interests of other people might have in that person's coming into existence. As I shall show in Chapter 2, the positive features of life, although good for those who exist, cannot justify the negative features that accompany them. Their absence would have been a deprivation for one who never came into existence. It is curious that while good people go to great lengths to spare their children from suffering, few of them seem to notice that the one and only guaranteed way to prevent all suffering of their children is not to bring those children into existence in the first place. There are many reasons why people do not notice this, or why, if they do notice it, that they do not act on the realization, but the interests of the potential children cannot be among them, as I shall argue. Nor is the harm produced by the creation of a child usually restricted to that child. The child soon finds itself motivated to procreate, producing children who in turn develop the same desire. Thus, any pair of procreators can view themselves as occupying the tip of a general rational iceberg of suffering. Generational iceberg of suffering. They experience the bad in their own lives in the ordinary course of events that will experience only some of the bad in their children's and possibly grandchildren's lives, because these offspring usually survive their progenitors, but beneath the surface of the current generations lurk increasingly large numbers of descendants in their misfortunes. Assuming that each couple has 3 children, an original pair's cumulative descendants over 10 generations amount to 88,572 people. That constitutes a lot of pointless, avoidable suffering. To be sure, full responsibility for all does not lie with the original couple, because each new generation faces the choice of whether to continue that line of descendants. Nevertheless, they bear some responsibility for the generations that ensue. If one does not desist from having children, one can hardly expect one's descendants to do so. Although, as we have seen, nobody is lucky enough not to be born. Everybody is unlucky enough to have been born, and particularly bad luck it is, as I shall now explain. On the quite plausible assumption that one's genetic origin is necessary but not sufficient condition for having come into existence, one could not have been formed by anything other than the particular gametes that produced the zygote from which one developed. This implies in turn that one could not have had any genetic parents other than those that one does have. It follows from this that any person's chances of having come into existence are extremely remote. The existence of any person, one person, is dependent not only on that person's parents themselves having come into existence and having met, but also on their having conceived the person at the time that they did. Indeed, mere moments might make a difference to which a particular sperm is instrumental in conception. The recognition of how unlikely it was that one would have come into existence, combined with a recognition that coming to existence is always a serious harm, yields the conclusion that one's having come into existence is really bad luck. It is bad enough when one suffers some harm. It is worse still when the chances of having been harmed are very remote. Now there is something misleading about this observation. This is because of all the trillions of possible people who could have come into existence, and assess the odds. Every one of those who is in position to assess the odds is unlucky, whereas there exists nobody whom the odds favored. 100% of assessors are unlucky, and 0% are lucky. No percent are lucky. In other words, given procreation, there was an excellent chance that somebody would be harmed, and although the chances of any person coming to existence are small, the chance
So I thought I would explain myself and tell you why I acted the way I did during those times. I was always filled with discomfort and emptiness, a deadness inside. And I never felt quite right, and I still don't. I especially don't feel right anymore. Those small times when I did show myself were my best moments, and they were far from anything I can prove to be on my own in a daily, consistent manner. I am completely zero functionality in the world as a general human thing, and my best moments were full of just that sense of doom I had, knowing I would be in the situation I am now, except I had no comprehension of the suffering that it would bring. So, in ways, I rather would have died then than continue on to live now. But I was always searching for something exceptional. I was always trying to be something else. I was trying to attach myself to some other world than what was already there. Even if it meant detaching myself completely socially from other people, especially if it meant all of this now. I wouldn't change a thing. I would continue if I had to live life all over again. I would do everything the same exact way, except I wouldn't continue living where I am now, where I have almost no possibility of a graceful existence. My only conclusion is that I can have a graceful end, and that's better than having a long strung out grind through life as I am currently, because things have gotten worse and they have always gotten worse. It's just that when I realized that, and every time I went outside, I had to personify myself in some other manner than as I live as just this mind, as this person. Because it's definitely not anything special. I'm definitely no longer what I would consider to be interesting or even graceful. It's definitely something I'd rather not have had to do with in the first place. And so I'm going to try and look for a way out. And this is scary because if you even start talking to people about ending your own life, they will try to control you, they will try to put you someplace else, only to make you suffer more, even though they don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize that I wouldn't have it this way. I didn't choose this. I wouldn't live it again if I had the choice. But if I was forced to, I would do it all the same way, because that's just the way I would do it. And so I hope that's somewhat of an explanation for my anomic, estranged behavior. And I'm sure it probably won't ever make sense looking back. Maybe it will. But it was all about being something else, because life isn't enough and I don't want anything to do with it. I've shed every single possible feeling I could that I believed was worth something. So now it's time to end the cycle, because the cycle is insane and it's just creating more harm. So I wouldn't wish anyone to have to go through what I have gone through. And that's just the way it is. So I support the right to die. I'm an antinatalist. I don't believe people should have children, because suffering sucks. And it's irreversible as far as the harm goes. You can never undo what someone has gone through. You can only put future suffering to an end. And that's just... I wouldn't wish it to be that way, but that's the way things are. That's all.
I can't figure out what to do. I'm stuck awake most of the time. But entirely useless. Because I can't get anything done.
I've lost all artistic motivation. Somehow I think if I do something outrageous enough, I'll be free from all of this. Somehow I'll live up to something. As if I've never had any sort of lasting, chronic emptiness. As if I'm just here to I can't tell you anymore. I don't see myself being effective in what I ultimately want to happen. I don't see myself being a good fighter. I'm scared. And I despise myself. Very helpful. It's just fucking disgusting. So I have to broaden my pain and suffering into a larger context so I feel meaningful. But it's really just an infection. Even if I can make other people see the pain, will they be drawn to the same conclusion? That they'd rather not have all this happen again. Surely one time is enough. Even if you're not so radical, saying it was never enough, that it was bad. So I'm going to go out and put up a sign. Just get the message out straight and clear. Don't have kids. End suffering. It's as simple as that. If you care about suffering, don't have kids. It's the simplest thing. And, I mean, it makes sense. It's not too frontal. It doesn't leave you questioning. But I'm sure the initial response isn't going to be okay. It's going to be a resistance. Like, oh, you don't have to not have kids. You just have kids and then deal with all the problems
having kids creates and try to make it better. As if it's not always going to be so bleak. And there's that hope thing that you have to annihilate. And then how do you get across the message of futility? Of that there is no way to fix this because we're fundamentally fucked. We're bad things. We're starting off deprived. Even though I necessarily never felt it originally, I see it now, but I can't really speak for what I felt because I know it wasn't like this. I know I wasn't always so concerned about my mortality, but it's all there. It's all here. So what is next? What are we gonna do? Can I just wipe it all away? Well, I can't even remember what it felt like not to believe that there was so much significance to horror. That personal relationship with your own horror. It's almost a betrayal of everything you once thought mattered. You know, you didn't. I didn't. I just believed that, if I can get some glory out of anything, a sourceless kind of sourceless as in I couldn't tell you where it came from. It was easily manifested. But it's not like that anymore. And I'm in pain. I wish I was dead. So I'm gonna put up a sign and see what happens. Will they hate you for it? Will they attack you? Can you even say these things in public without having serious consequences? That's something worth finding out, I suppose. Other people should see it. I mean, this shouldn't be kept in the dark. And it's got to start somewhere. And I haven't seen any kind of public demonstration of end the world. Essentially, by not continuing people. And eventually that leads to blowing everything up. Because you realize it comes to the right to die after you come to the conclusion that I'm not going to have kids, so how would I like to end? Would I want to be drawn out? Some people might. But if we already see the circumstance we're in, with all the people and all the mess we've made. Yeah, if they can see that, if we can show it and feel it, then yeah, we will want to take our death in as much control as we can, because it shouldn't be something unnecessarily hard. It should be planned from the beginning. It was its end. Death can't come quick enough for you. All of you deserve to die. Worse, you all deserve to die painfully. You have to suffocate on your own defecation. You should melt in a burning pot. I am sick of myself and everyone else. You all deserve to die. People like you created people like me in the first place, motherfucker. If you don't like it, stop having kids, motherfucker. I'm so sick of every day being a fucking torment, and I'm so sick of feeling so dead. And it all had to happen because someone decided that it was okay. It's not okay, motherfucker. How do I feel about killings? How do I feel about mass murders? You know, if you got the right target, good for you. We all can't die quick enough. It's all fucking messy. I'm tired of living here. It sucks. We all suck. And so, what next? How many more murders, how many more starving people do we have to create before it's enough? When will you acknowledge that suffering sucks and stop making more of it? When will we all realize that having kids is what made all this shit in the first place? It's bad enough having to live, and you gotta make it worse by your implementations. We all can't die quick enough. So saddening. Sickening. It's so fucking disgusting. I've had enough. You should too. You should do something about it right now. You should make a video. You should go out there and put a sign up because this is all too fucking insane. Go do something. I have to yank all the shit I put on the internet. I have to fucking rip it out of my already dead corpse. So please, if you're in a good enough condition, make a video. Even if you're not in a very good condition, make a video anyways, because it'll encourage everyone else to feel responsible. We all can do something, even if it's, sweeping the floor, metaphorically. You can write a comment, you can like a video, you can subscribe. You can donate. Make a sign. Make a logo. Draw a picture. Make a musical. Whatever. It's enough is enough is enough is enough. Stop fucking around. Do something. This all has to end very, very soon. I mean, it's gotta end fucking now. Make it end. Do something. Do something that will make all of this end right fucking now. Okay? Before I lose everything, and you lose everything too, because we're all gonna die, let's try to do it sooner than later, because it's gonna get fucking worse. Okay? It's all gonna get so much worse, and we don't have to do that. We can lose less by ending it now. So, do something, please. Before something happens that makes it impossible for you to do something, because it'll be too late. We don't want that. Okay? You know, I'll join whatever anti-life protests you have. I'll fucking do it. We just have to work together to make this stuff stop, because it's not going to stop itself. That's very clear. Wake people up. Suffering sucks. This all has to stop, okay? All has to stop. Despite whatever hatred you might receive, deliver it back times the speed of light squared, okay? Whatever insane thing they spit out, you have to slap it back in their face. Make their life torment if you can't get out of yours. I mean they, by those who continue all of this mess, who keep on having children and implementing laws that are insane. Get real work done, okay?
So this is my hunger strike. First day. We'll see how it goes. I shouldn't be afraid of, dying. I pretty much lived out what I can do as far as intellectual argument. But this is for antinatalism. People should stop having kids. And I'm not going to stop until it's over. Don't really, for people who don't know what it is, it's basically to end suffering and, yeah. So, it's, fuck it. I'm tired of doing everything the same way over and over and over. And maybe this won't matter too much, but I'm pretty much done with what I'm doing, so I'm just going to go as long as it takes. Why would I do this? Because I think price of having a child is way too much. So much can go wrong. You can easily, have rather not have been. So this is I'm already fucked. So see, if you can't already tell, I'm already fucked. So might as well just fucking do what I have to do. So this is all in the name of antinatalism. Don't have kids, end suffering. Because I'm tired of having I don't ever want someone to have to go through this. It's too disgusting. Life is just disgusting. Does it matter? Yeah, it does. So, you can support it if you want, but what else are you gonna do? It seems like the argument is really struggling to get out there, so if you haven't already heard it, there's plenty of videos, so. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm making this video to say that I am going on a hunger strike. Or more specifically, I've lost the will to live, and I'm just going to say that it's for antinatalism. So, I've already been one day without food, so I thought I would wait before I made a video just to make sure I'm fully into it. And just say, yeah, I'm doing this because suffering sucks and people shouldn't have kids because it's irresponsible and it creates tons of harm. And it's so easy to say I'd rather not have been. And just the mere fact that someone can say that is just fucked up. So, this is a hunger strike to say, please don't have kids and please just end suffering. The only thing I'm really concerned about is running out of cigarettes, because that's the only thing mentally keeping me going through all this shit. So, I don't know if I'm going to update every single day, but this is day 2, and, I'm still drinking water, but I would only last a few days if I stopped doing that, so I'm going to make this drag out, so maybe it'll get some attention. But besides that, maybe this will help me feel like I'm not dying every time I have to, consume something, because that's the way I've been feeling. It just feels fucking worthless. And, I already feel a little bit better just mentally. But that hunger pain is really fucking annoying. It's almost, I won't even say that, but it's just fucking annoying. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. It might be just, yeah. So here it goes. Thanks. I have been through what no decent person would ever wish on another person. If I had a gun, I would have already shot myself. Just looking back and seeing how things once were, this is never the way you wished it to be. You should have already given up 2 years ago. You saw the doom coming, and you did nothing. You fell in the same trap. That same empty nothingness that everyone else has been a part of and is now suffering and dying from. Growing up is like becoming handicapped. In the end, you just have a pile of ash and there's nothing to do. It's all wasted. If you really wanted to become something, if you wanted any dignity, you would have killed yourself before you even came close to knowing the shithole that you're now living in. We all die horribly. There's no way not to die horribly. And so, I either continue as is, or I choose not to die so horribly. Keep breathing. Even though every moment can be told apart, it can be dissected into a hump of just parts of a worthless whole. And if you even begin to wake up and try to imagine everything that has gone before this, how are you not going to be filled with the deepest revulsion of everything, because it's not worth anything when you look at it. It's not worth. So, either we keep breeding the same insidious kind with the deepest of apathy and suicidal energy, mistake after mistake, defeat after defeat, pointless victory after pointless victory. Or we can put a bullet through the head, just like that, by not participating, totally not interacting. Because humans are the worst on this planet. And if there's something else to be found out there, it better eat us alive, like we so nonchalantly done to all the other sentient creatures. Just eat us and let us puke while our guts are spewing. Let us bleed out. Let our teeth grind into a permanent place while our brain expands and all the toxins go through your body as your heart and lung finally fail. Let that be the end for the most insidious of all motherfucking apathy, suffering, no empathy, total fucking torture. Let it be.
Moss said dolefully and devoid of doubt. Void is such a great word, it never fails in describing something. Mold replied in a primitive satire, but to say such a thing is nonsense. Look around you. What do you see? I don't see anything. Do you have eyes, friend? Apparently, it seems I do, although I cannot see because there is not a thing to see with, and not a thing to see. So you're saying these things that we are in possession of, these things around us that seem to exist, don't? Yes, or perhaps you think otherwise. You seem to be very well sure of what can only be madness. How can I not be abolished of this? But you see, madness requires absolute irrationality, so you cannot be right. There is a strong truth and rationality behind what I say. Can you not liberate your mind from the chains of the thought that stems from your postulation of existence's existence? What you see as chains are only facts that cannot be escaped. Although I am curious, why do you choose to suffer
and ponder over such obscure drivel. The things that you say are facts, such as existence, are postulations. You cannot righteously know when you presume that you already know. Why are you so exceptionally mundane with your ideas? Maybe because you wish not to worry. You wish to avoid the truth by believing. You wish not to know by thinking you know. Perhaps you are just foolish enough to think you know when you really don't. How can you know that this isn't real? I think it is silly that we should endeavor on such enigmatic subjects. This all might as well be real. It feels real. I am only aware of what I know through a genuinely refined rational calculation. Through an indubitable reason, I have obliterated all the possibilities of existence. In my conclusions, I have recognized that there was never a chance for a thing to truly be as it appears. I could explain further, if you wish, but no doubt you will still hold on to your beloved beliefs. You will not need them. Truth has no exceptions. Continue on with this absurd droll, and I am eager to listen to your pathetic attempts in philosophizing. The resentment you cast toward this idea is a reflection of your darkened mind. I really have no more desire to waste my thoughts upon ignorant fools. I have truly lost your desire to know, to be free. As Mold gently got up from behind the table and headed for the door, he murmured, "I have always hated you." Moss looked Mold sorrowfully in the eyes and said, "No, Mold, you hate the truth." Mold paused for a moment with the silence of the room as he awkwardly opened the door and departed into the dark, restless wilderness. He soon disappeared. Moss grew transparent into the ancient sanctuary's crevices as black leviathan storm clouds soon beset upon the once peaceful abode, spawning ravenous maelstrom, dark rain on the terrene terrain with a monstrous vehemence that began eroding and decimating its flora and life. The area briefly convulsed wildly and ragingly, staining the sky, augmenting its tone, and quickly avulsed, gravitating elsewhere in the world. As Mold tried desperately and longingly to grasp onto reality, his body lay pummeled and pinned underneath layers of calignous debris. In his crying agony and despondency, he struggled wistfully but helplessly for a sense of freedom as a growing anxiety assured him that he was going to die. Instants passed as he gazed into a coming darkness. He was afraid and fading away. There was no light or warmth in his disillusion, for he sensed only death and loneliness. He felt an overtaking emptiness and slow obliteration of his own mind as he lay in his own flesh. His breath became quick as he began to feel death. In his last dissipating seconds, he sang in a rasped, frail tone for his own assurance and comfort. "I'm going to die. I cannot lie. I'm going to die. I cannot fly. I'm ending. I'm not having any amending. I'm ending, and there's no more pretending, because I will not survive."
I perceived everything and everyone in existence to be dead, including myself, because I never experienced anything inside myself. I was always empty, quiet, still. There was just nothing.
feeling of something very wrong inside of you, and having that glazed over with a fleeting sort of tingling numbness, like you're slowly slipping between cracks and not really sure if you're going to be alright, as if any moment you could feel a tremendous amount of discomfort and wish you would no longer be alive. Any moment things could change. Even now, things could go explosively wrong, and it's very dangerous to even think through it, because you begin to get paranoid and become unsure of what you're really doing, if there's any point in continuing your existence. Suicide and severe anxiety when you go outside. Those are the thoughts running through your head, and you just wonder if it's truly worth it. Is it easy to let go? That's something you have to find out, and I'm prepared to discover for myself whether the pain of going through death is worse than continuing going through this explosive numbing of pain. And when that pain is fully realized, every detail, recognizing every single moment of that suffering, will make you wish you were dead. Here to talk about, I'm just feeling there's no words I can put on this. I don't know how to say it. Every time I think, it's an interruption and an incoherent break. I feel almost threatened by a malignant force of just chewing and pulsating madness, and every day is a very slow, hard grind, and I'm uncomfortable with living. Every day it's been worse. I've gotten worse. I don't feel good. I'm past feeling almost anything. I feel dead. I am in a state of slipping non-emotion. I feel completely corrupted, and I couldn't give a shit what other people have to say, because it's all just the same bullshit of keep on living, walking through this slime and shit. The world is just so bleak and humid and odorous of the foulest dead things of corpses piled. It's like a massive, abominable pyre of flesh. I obviously don't feel or look good. It's all just about feeling like I'm dying. I wish I could have some kind of connection with something that would mean something that would last. But I'm nowhere close, and I'm fading. I've been fading, and every time I rise, it's like a failed prophecy. I have to be in disguise, and it's hard to even start formulating what the meaning kind of thing is anymore. I used to just get feelings and think that was it. That's the best. That's all you need. Now it's just so... The feelings have compounded, and I'm withering with them. I don't see any good to come. I don't know why I continue every day. I have these urges, and it's just so... It's not worth anything. It's just feeding a dead, broken engine. It's all flawed from the ground up. The only way to get anything back is to give up everything you've ever entertained, to think life was meaningful. Say goodbye to your anything that was once close. I'm in a dark hole. It's impossible to really explain the depths of my utter just regret. And disturbance. I have been so disturbed. I'm so paranoid. It's just so tiring. There's no point in saying that I'm going to die, because I should just, find a way out before it gets even worse, because it definitely will. And if I don't, I'm just going to be insane, because it's going to be so fucking ugly that no one would want to live through this, and no one would want to go with me. I'm so alone. I don't want any of this. I wanted nothing to do with it in the first place. My life has been torment, and I'm just so done. I've been so smashed and fucked over. It's amazing that I didn't already fucking die. I realize this video is incredibly negative. There's nothing I can do about that. And if you're watching, I don't know why. Because I've got nothing. And I would take everything to make this stop. I would say, if you give me the button, I would smash it.
or at least make it work. I would just press it because I'm so disappearing just sounds so nice. Consciousness. What is that? Consciousness. How do you experience your reality? What does it make you feel? Are you in pain? Are you joyful? Are you experiencing contentment? A fragile awakening? Infernal? Sad? Wanting to be put to sleep? Wanting to be put to sleep, but not painfully. Down the hole, swallowed, like a vapor, contracting. Describing a feeling is like going in reverse in reality. I'm feeling tired, wasted, just sort of on an edge of something I'm not really quite sure how to describe. What is a black hole? Is it just something that exists in space? Or is it something that is very real in terms of a psychology developing and becoming so great that it collapses on itself? I mean, that's how I describe my illness. I'd say I have a monster psychology. And basically, the rational part of whatever's left in my brain is in a position where that psychology can just take bits of it away, just keep on biting off at it. And it's very painful. And it's really hard to talk about it in anything other than just saying it's painful. Because that's the rational part seeping away between the cracks. That's my psychology wrapping itself around like a boa constrictor. And I've had days where I thought, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? My psychology is out of control, and I'm in a position where I can't help but be subjected to it in a negative
light, where it controls almost all my actions and thoughts. And it prevents even the most mundane tasks from being done. So, monster psychology. It's not something I'd wish on anyone, because suffering does suck. And what's left? What do I have left to do? What is really going to be accomplished when it's developed into this so far? It's irreversible. And that just leaves me in the wake of a future where I don't know how bad it might get. So I really have to keep myself occupied and just barely getting along, doing something outside of my normal comfort zone to get me feeling like I'm not suffocating, to feeling like something is working properly. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Start again. That's what it's like. Comparing glory in front of suffering is like placing a photon in front of a black hole. Suffering sucks and is inherently negative. No other thing outweighs the price of this. No other thing compares. In the end, we are just photons in front of a black hole. And it's futile to argue that there is anything else. Reality is as real as it feels. That's the conclusion I've come to. On the other side, there is a strong personal belief that nothingness is reality. So that is my duality, my feeling that a void remains a void because it is a void. What does that mean? Probably nothing to you. Maybe I shouldn't assume that. I shouldn't. But it started, and the trip doesn't end until it ends, you know? Until you reach that final breath. This also might be triggering, so I'm sorry. Reality, what is that? It's what you feel. And if you feel what not everyone else is feeling, that's called psychosis. And that's where you go into a personal black hole where only only fragments escape. Only fragments. And my existence, it's like a fragment for me personally. At the bottom of the black hole, how do you describe that? Infinite regression, infinite density. Why is it so expensive to kill yourself? Why do they make it have to hurt? I have no idea what they're thinking, but I know I'm just afraid. I know I'm just paranoid. People have never heard about someone's determination for their life to end in a manner that's not insanely overpriced and pain. We're probably going to think of us as maniacs. And I've been through enough pain to know that this is debilitating. I'm going to get nothing out of this, and I'm going to lose. It's something to get nothing out of being alive. And it's another thing to lose what you already have. And that something it's just the bare minimum of what you could possibly accept as a reasonable way to live. And if you're going to go into a circumstance that denies even that, it's fair to say it's not worth living, and it's absurd. No one should have to do that. No one should have to experience and is it wrong to speak against? Is it wrong to continue? Even my own life is wrong to pursue, because I feel like I'm a waste of attention. That people could only get a use off of fucking my dead body. So ask yourself if that's something you would want to go through. I would vouch for you not to have to go through it. And that way, I am your friend, even if you don't know it. Because I would say, no, you have a right to get out of here in the most clean, most comfortable way possible. To die with decency. Whatever decency is possible in death. The least amount of grotesque, disgusting, vile experience. You shouldn't have to go through that, and the deal is, you don't have children. You should be able to get that right. If you don't want to be a part of society, if you have contempt for existence, yeah, you should get that right. Especially if you're not going to procreate, if you're not going to have children, and if you're not going to leave anyone else here in some debilitating state that would otherwise be unessential if you continue living. I mean, there's a crazy part of my head that says that I should just wander until someone destroys everything that I am. Because I feel like I'm a complete evil to myself. There's this mechanism in my head that rotates and tells me all the worst things, and I just won't shut up. Please don't do this. Didn't have to be this way. I was so much better. Now I'm just fucking disgusted. I'm fucking disgusted with myself. I'm so disappointed. I'd probably kill myself if someone else was as disappointed with me as I am. It is hard to start talking about feelings and suicide, war, meekness, frailty, the current circumstance of being against procreation. It ultimately leads to the conclusion that, logically, people are better off dead. Consciousness is better alone. I feel much better off alone but it doesn't help the circumstance. So in a way, I am better off dead, as are many people, because they won't do any real benefit to any future prevention of suffering. It's going to be mostly negative. So how do you get that across? Should you? Maybe, if you can do it aggressively, if you can do it intelligent, if you can bring across the ideas smoothly, quick, and creatively. I just don't think I have really come close. I'm quite disappointed. Beyond what can be described. I don't feel good about it. I mean, I've had so many ideas before, and I don't feel like I've come close. But I try, and I don't think that's such a bad thing. It's not. But is the hatred worth it? Is feeling personally hurt worth for the cause of telling people how you don't appreciate what they've given, that you rather not be a part of this society as a insect? And my disorder leaves me feeling like I can picture a cockroach with its wings spread and antenna just gazing forward. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel disgusting in many ways. And that leaves me feeling better never to have been, better off dead, alone, isolated. But who's going to speak for us? I mean, if they're giving you hatred for your hatred for the circumstance, that's just bullshit. I mean, I have a right to say, this is stupid, fuck off, I don't ever want to be a part of this again in any form, in any other consciousness. I don't ever want to see your manipulative, selfish, evil behavior again. I don't ever want to feel like I'm suffocating. I don't ever want to feel like there's this void every time I open up to someone. Because then it's just throwing everything away. It's just losing myself again to never be found. It's just parts in oblivion. And people have to realize that it's their turn for the dark half, and if I can't convince you, then I will attack you if it's beneficial, because I'm already in a circumstance where I've been attacked undeliberately and deliberately for speaking up, for saying this is fucking idiotic, that you have no reason, you have no objective purpose, no evidence of anything divine or meaningful in this existence. Even if you call it subjective, all subjective, it doesn't mean anything, because I'm still suffering, and that sucks. So fuck you. And I will make the worst, at the very least, I will make your existence the worst it can be for all of the bullshit that you've created. Because I don't like this. I rather not feel your... I'd rather not have to deal with your projections and fantasies on what life is, because that's just... It's better off just, kept away. It's better off not ever seeing any way out of this. It's just bullshit. So, suicide, war, it's going to be either way, and it's going to be very ugly. We're going to hit each other, and so fuck you. Should really taste what you put out, because it's shit. It's all shit, and you're just a bunch of fucking humdrum, mediocre, monotone, just sick fucking people. And if I can imagine what I would do to you if there was no other choice, then you would say mercy, because that's how bad it gets. You would say mercy, and that's the main point. Because it sucks, and it's not worth anything. It's negative. Only thing can happen is negative. And you can't take it back, so please end it. Imagine waking up to one of the strangest, painfulest sounds you've ever heard. A slow grinding, distant in the background. You just wake up, and you hear this grinding. It gets closer, and then it just gets inside of your head, and there's this sort of humming, like a hovering machine has entered inside of your brain, and it's pulsing, and it's like it's reading everything that's inside of your mind, and it's painful, and it's scary. It feels like at any moment you could just explode and be in the most excruciating pain you've ever known. It's as if there was a third entity inside of you, reading and scanning and probing your mind. Full control when you're fully vulnerable. When you're so tired that you don't even want to move. And when it happens, you especially don't want to move because you're paralyzed with just such an uncomfortable fear. Because you're exceptionally tired. You've never been this tired before. And it's like your brain is up for sale. And they're inside of your head. And you don't know when that sound is going to come back, so you stay up so it doesn't come back. You try to keep awake. so they don't come inside of your head again. It's one of the scariest things I've ever felt, and it did happen. It wasn't like any natural thing I've ever experienced. It was like it was a third entity that went inside my head with either technology or some kind of telepathy. And it doesn't, I mean, I've never really believed in any of that stuff. But it's interesting how quickly you forget, because I was just so fucking tired. It wasn't like a dream either, because it hurt and it was scary as fuck. I wouldn't wish on it, so I'm gonna stay awake so it doesn't happen again, or at least until the fucking light comes up again, because that was fucking insane. It was a grinding sound. It was like it was gonna come when you're most unaware. I wish I could explain that type of sound. It was painful. It was just bizarre. It was like a hovering machine was inside of your head. It was like a scanner. It was probing your brain. It was like electronic equipment was firing off inside of your head. And it was going, it could just come and leave whenever, as easy as it came. And like it could really hurt you if it stayed there. And I've never felt like this. I mean, there's been some times, but this is exceptionally painful and bizarre. The sound was very clear, and the feeling of oppression and like there was something else with me inside my own brain. darkness. It will walk steady. A sequence on its verse. More desires become more corrupt. We hold no value. very dark world. I hear thunder, I hear gunshots. What is this? Is this fireworks? Is this... what the fuck is going on? I have no idea. I look amateur. Everything. Just incoherent shit. Mess. It's just... is it obvious? I'm at a loss. It gets worse every time. I can't seem to find any productive way out. Killing myself is a messy thought. I have no clear idea. I should be dead. It's like I need be so much more. It's empty. We're all so empty.
Good. People suck. I want to do something. I want to go somewhere. But I have no mental image. I have no way to lead myself. And I'm not ready to die yet. I haven't made any big moves towards my eventual suicide, which is eventual, because I'm not staying here to live out and get old and drown away in a mediocre lifestyle. That's just not me, it's never been. I wanted to come quick and strong. And for a while, it seemed like it was possible to make small efforts and have something big come. But there's really no audience for, a personal kind of say, fuck all, fuck this. We were born in less than ideal circumstances, less than graceful conditions, and now we have to live with it because someone already decided for you that you are going to live this life whether you liked it or not. And now they think it's okay to say you can't have a way out because it goes against our beliefs of what is right and wrong. And there's just too much of that. And what's there to love in this world when people are so fucking paranoid about death and obliteration of all things? And I do mean obliteration. There's nothing good here. There never has been. It's all an illusion. It's all a trap until you finally wake up and you're already in hell. You don't need to imagine a separate place where you will burn to do something about the harm being done right now. And that is inevitable. So I'm just here in kind of a personal trench and a tunnel that I've climbed out of. And now it's like, what the fuck? I mean, there's gotta be someone as bad as me. There's gotta be someone who would go through what I'm going through and still see some kind of something. I don't. And as petty as it is, I would probably need someone to do that because there's no reason for me to keep on going. I have no feelings of gratification. It's all shallow and biochemically meaningless. And I'm compelled to wait and see. But everything has led me to believe that it's not getting better. And it has gotten worse. It's always slowly gotten worse. I mean, there's bursts of good moments. There's bursts of feelings like I'm doing something, like I'm gonna get somewhere, but I never do, and I always end up in a position of, stick with it until and try your best not to lose, but you will lose. Just try not to lose so much. And it's like I could go somewhere and threaten to kill myself, and it wouldn't mean anything. So, that's pretty fucked up. Because I would never. I would probably, if I could go back, I would probably kill my future. I mean, it sounds good. Could die young. It's not going anywhere. Kill your teachers while you have the chance. They're just taking advantage. Just taking advantage of you. You're gonna be left empty. You're gonna be forced to enter up into a void. And you're gonna be stuck there for a very long time until someone has to give you some energy. They're gonna have to inject it. It's enough, you should say. During that time, you should take advantage of that energy and use it to end gracefully. Because you're not going to have a better chance. Trust me, it gets worse. And when it gets worse, you're going to have even more loss. And you'll be filled with regret. And you're gonna die anyway, so why not do it gracefully? As gracefully as possible. Take control. And if you can, make others die in a graceful manner as well. I mean, if you can. I would do that. Shit. I mean, that's double. And fucking tragedy. Prevent future meaninglessness. Just disgusting, abhorrent isolation. Kill your teachers. And if someone gives you a hand, you know, thanks, but I've got to go because this is it's gonna get worse. I'm not sticking around for that. Death welcomes us all. I wish I could love someone. Sure what the future is going to be, or how it would have to be, but it does matter how it ends.
matters how we meet that end. Even though we're all caught up within our current situation, paying no mind, seemingly kept within a distant fog. I know it matters. When the time comes, who we are is represented in how we choose to act in our last struggle. I know it matters. And yet we still continue to have such strong diversions of thought and feeling. And yet we can't agree on something so simple. What we all want, essentially. I'm not talking about ego gratification. That is completely out of hand. It matters what our state of being will be here and in the future, and whether or not we move on to a higher place where things seem to be even a thicker gray. It will matter. And until someone experiences enough, there's going to be a dissonance between other people and themselves. But we all want the same thing, essentially, and that's a state of being that isn't a state of perpetual thick fog. You don't want to be the person who's freezing and sick at the same time. You don't want to be the person who's stuck in that gray. It's a straight path to the end, and it matters how we meet it. Maybe I'll be back. It's not a joke. Your state of being, at the end, that's all that matters. So, I think it's time for change. I'm moving away. I'm going to see people that I haven't seen. Because that's, it's important. I don't want to be alone. I've been alone for about 3 years. Not even saying that the smaller parts don't count. But in total, it would round up to be about 3 years. And of course, there are those special moments that we easily forget. Because we're so distracted by a personal stubbornness. All it does, all it can do, in most circumstance, is eat at you. I'd like to finally do the things I've held off. That would be music, philosophy, and interacting with people. Come from the darkest place I've ever walked. If anything's going for me, I'm hard to demotivate. I've got everything I need, and more is coming. I've got symptoms. I hear voices. I've been hearing them for about 2 or 3 weeks straight. Sometimes they're negative, but recently they've been positive because I have been positive. The worst of it would have me kill myself. But I didn't, because there's no reason it can't be positive. It's only a personal black hole. It's not objective. Monolith that I must bow down to. The feeling of being crushed through the skull. I've had it. I've wished to give up everything I've ever done that was special to me. Just to get over pain. But I will not stop. I'll keep on doing things because they're right. I won't live as long as the wrong would have me. I haven't been this focused in years. Which is crazy because I'm talking so slowly. Sometimes it takes that to get it right. Or maybe I'm just a fool. And it's better to die with the will of doing good. So long as it doesn't, apparently, do the opposite. I spent 4 months with no human contact, planning to kill myself. After that period, I can recall the moment. I looked into the mirror and heard a faint murmur, like a telegraph on the cusp of your ear. The first sentence I heard was, "You're not alone." They would begin telling me their stories and wondered why I was alone. The more sinister voices would ring, howl, and growl around my ear. I was convinced I was a ghost trapped in limbo. I believed the succubus was attached to me, that a demon murdered and possessed me. I went impatient and haven't heard from the darker ones since. They wanted me to die in a tragic way. It's how they fed. An anonymous user on a psych forum gave me his perspective of the things, calling them etheric predators. I am now taking 5 different kinds of medication and cope with my life. I find useful ways of being productive by creating videos and learning new music, if possible. Lately I've been having intrusive thoughts. They are related to things like killing myself, horribly harming others, and explicit, inappropriate sexual conduct. I have had many problems getting off my medication and wish to communicate with the voices further. Ativan, I have been on it since my first inpatient this year. When I ran out of this medication, I went inpatient a second time because of the symptoms and or psychosis as a result. I can hear my own thoughts as voices. That's how I communicate with the other ones. I don't believe people should have kids. I believe life has an intrinsic, lasting, negative value. Despite all these things, I am not violent and hold these high ethical standards. This is the real schizophrenia. Note, I have been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, but it has been some time since then, and things have changed and continued to change. That's all for now.
So, suicide. We all know it's something that needs to be talked about. Whether or not leaving the people who care about you behind is justified by committing suicide. Rather than a value argument, it's your life. No one on this earth has been asked if they wanted to be here in the first place. You just get born into it. So, it would only be common sense to allow those people who don't have the will to live, simply just don't have the will to live, and that they can get a graceful exit, as graceful as it can be. Death is always bad. I mean, dying is, but it can be done to reduce the suffering quite a bit in methods. You don't have to hang yourself in the most obvious place for everyone to see. That's degrading. And so, like, what would I recommend? Just allowing people to kill themselves because they don't want to live? I would say yes, but the only way this thing might work is we'd have to, evaluate them first. Not that mental illness should be a disqualifier. It is not a disqualifier. If someone doesn't have the will to live, they should be allowed to simply walk out. And that includes everyone. So it's something everyone can benefit from if you are simply done in life and
really don't want to offer anymore, you can simply walk out. Now, what was I talking about to make this more practical for regular society in this world? Well, yeah, you give them evaluations. You make them go in, you make them take evaluations, figure out what they want is truly what they want, and at the end, it's their decision to live or die. So you could do any kind of, help. You could make them try therapy for a little bit. I mean, not eternally, but because that would just be another prevention system. So, yeah, after you try all the meds, after you talk to the therapist, after you've been analyzed, I don't know, maybe if you've been inpatient and observed, and after all that, if the person still wants to die, the system should say they're allowed to, in an assisted manner. Now, some people call it murder. It's not murder. If a person wants to die and gets help, it's simply assisted suicide. It's not murder, unless you consider killing yourself to be murder. That's just it has bad connotations, so I wouldn't use that word very, very much if you want to, because murder is usually killing someone who doesn't want to die, and that's not what suicide is, or assisted suicide. It's about them having gone through all the tests and are absolutely sure that this is what they want. And that's it. So what do you do about loved ones, people who want you to be here, who want things for you? Well, if the system was a bit better, they could be there. You could have a long discussion to be able to talk with them before you end your life. They could be there, seeing you take whatever method they're giving you, and they could be there with you. And in my opinion, that's a lot better than, getting arrested if this world keeps it that way, getting arrested for just being there and being charged with some kind of murder crime. So it would be better if that doesn't exist and that loved ones can simply be there. They don't have to assist, but even if they did, it shouldn't be against the law. As long as the person has gone through the programs, done the therapy, got analyzed, and decided. Oh, it's my train of thought. So yeah, it's a lot better than a family coming in and just finding you dead. I mean, it'd be nice if we could actually talk about these things without that forced prevention suicide status quo stuff bullshit. So they could be there. I mean, if this is really what you want, you can walk out. I mean, they might change their minds, but at least they have the choice. And that's the most important thing, is that you have the choice to end your life. And it should be understood that you have a crass, crude way of ending your life, most people, because they don't have all the technology that medical sciences can provide. So it's going to usually be a lot uglier and a lot more traumatic for the family, because people who commit suicide usually don't tell anyone, and they act like everything is fine. And that's because everyone's trying to stop you. Some people just want the choice. Maybe they're not all determined. Not everyone is just determined to straight up hang themselves as they get home. It shouldn't be. If that's the way you want to do it, it's your life, but it will be traumatic for people who have to see that. Have a nice long discussion with your family members. If they understand, it would be even better. But they're probably, I'm not expecting there's going to be a lot of disagreements, obviously, but the main thing is, after you've gone through the systems and tried to be reinitiated in life, if that all fails, and you're still sure you want to die, or simply can't say, I want to live, and you know what planet you're on, you should be allowed to die. And with all medical technology can offer. And they could be there, or they could just walk out. It depends. But it is your life. It is our life, really. Everyone should have this choice. We do it to animals. When they're not doing too good, we put them out of their misery. And that's humane. It's humane to put suffering people out of their misery. And like I said before, it doesn't have to be suffering. If you simply don't have the will to live, you should be able to end your life. Around the people you love, you can talk to them, maybe you don't want to. It could be done privately, and that would be okay. Just as long as you've had the discussion and you've done all their tests. Ideally, this is just practical. This is just practical. Ideally, you shouldn't have to take any tests beyond simply knowing you're on planet Earth and that you can't say, I want to live. That should be qualified. But it's probably not going to get that way very easily. So, like I said, it's most likely people are going to have to go through a bunch of tests so that it doesn't feel, so that they can be sure of themselves and you can be sure of yourself. It might be useless, but it's probably the only way this thing is going to happen. They're going to make you take a bunch of tests. And then, if you're still sure, you can kill yourself. As for medication, don't medicate anyone beyond suicidal mentality is not a disease. So taking pills would just screw up your brain. That's out of the question. They're not allowed to medicate you because they're just going to fuck with your brain so you won't know what you want anymore. But I've been through an inpatient facility about 6 times. And, the pills there are very strong. They'll knock you out. And in fact, some of the inpatients I've been in, they kind of, almost encourage you to go mad. Because they make the place so uncomfortable to be in. But at the same time, they're trying to prevent suicide. That's the way things are right now. Everyone official they feel obligated from their ethics that the human is and humanity is good in itself. And we have to fight against that. We have to get rational rules for people who want to walk out. And so they don't, and especially for people who are already suffering. Imposing life on someone who's suffering is worse than murder. Okay, I'm glad I got that out of the way. So maybe I can talk about my inpatient experience. Well, for me, I was already feeling very suicidal, and I was planning it out. I was going to hang myself, try to do the drop hang, so it's quicker because regular hanging by suffocation takes 7 minutes. That's a lot of agony. So, yeah, these are the degrading methods that we have to do, because the system it's fucked. Or at least not. It doesn't listen to people who've had enough. That's why we gotta change it. We gotta fight. I went impatient because I wanted the will to fight. I simply lost, not all, but a lot of the will to live. And this was because I didn't think I was very productive at all. I didn't think I was productive to do shit. I didn't think I was good enough to fight against the world. I've been trying to make videos a lot. None of them get uploaded because I don't think they're as good as they need to be. And some ideas have already been done over and over by other people, so I don't want to step on what good they did. So, yeah. And what is my inpatient experience? I can't even pronounce that word. It's pretty bad. See, I still can't do it. Success. Yeah. Was it a success? Yeah, I think so. But it's usually temporary that you feel really good, because I haven't been eating as much. I'm on like maybe 6 medications, at least 5. And I still felt suicidal. I still felt depressed, like a bomb was dropped on me. And when I was in there, I tried to be social, but it just doesn't work for me at this moment in time. So I hid a lot in my room. And I appreciate just being in my apartment. It is so much better. So, was it a success? We'll have to see, because I have to make videos again, right? So, oh yeah, just so everyone knows, and this is kind of personal information, so you don't care about that, and skip this. I have schizophrenia, so I hear voices all the time. I am super OCD. I can't stop fiddling with things all the time. And it really affects your brain, because I get all these dark, intrusive thoughts that you could say they don't represent me at all, and I find them very disturbing, because they're usually images no one wants to see, and only the wicked would want to see. So, yeah, now you know. One more thing. If I can think of it. Oh yeah, what I meant by productive is basically making dents in stopping reproduction of sentient life. One person at a time. I haven't done one. Maybe I have, but they never talk to me, so I don't know. And that led me to thinking about suicide a lot. The world is a very dark place. People are going to have their own wars soon enough. There is already war. And, where does antinatalism and ethicalism fit into that? They're fucking things up. And we're just kind of in the background. So how do we fix that? How do we be productive enough to convince people not to have kids? And suffering in nature. Where do we fit in? I don't think we do fit in. But that's the point, isn't it? To be the antithesis of anything, you're going to have to go against the grind. And that's what a lot of this is. It's a grind. Making videos has been a grind for me. Not all of them, but definitely the ones that show violence. Those have... I didn't enjoy rewatching those. I didn't. Some part of me thought it was necessary at the time. They're not going to be taken down. They're not going to be taken down by YouTube, because I try not to delete too much of my history of videos. I only delete the ones that were circumstantial or just kind of junk, in my opinion. So, yeah. Yeah, so obviously we need more people, not in the procreative sense, of course. That just sounds weird, I know. We need more people. We do need more people. This idea has to get off the ground, because that's where it is right now. It's so... it could be described as obscure to like any normal person who's on YouTube. Most of them are not going to see these videos. So we have to do something that basically we have to work together. Videos is one thing, but wouldn't it be better if we could all go, when we're able to actually go into the mess and make our own documentary. Because people need to hear. There's not many people hearing this right now, even with all the videos that have been out. We need more people. Sounds silly, not in a procreative sense. I guess this is my video. I'll try not to delete it, because I don't think I'm making quality content all the time, so I usually don't upload it. So it's going to be surprising if I upload this. And I think that's it.
takes a lot of guts to argue with a family member. I was arguing with my brother about antinatalism and ethalism. He never saw any of my videos or knew of any of my channels, but he seemed curious about what antinatalism really was. So I told him that it's the belief that people shouldn't have kids because having kids always leads to harm, and that there's an asymmetrical value equation, that suffering sucks, is intrinsically bad, has a lasting negative state that is irreversible, that the only good anyone can do is remove a bad or prevent a bad. There is no true good. And it seemed to be just personal responses. I don't take anything personally anymore with this philosophy because it just hurts you. The truth should kill you, but I haven't quite reached that point yet. I went inpatient several times. I've been to an inpatient facility 6 times. Most of the time is because of suicidal reasons. I recently wanted to die. I had it all planned out. I was going to drop hang myself, break my neck, but I decided to go inpatient instead. You know, just to see if I could continue fighting for the cause. I don't know if I'm productive enough to justify my existence. The only thing, I mean, you can't ignore the fact that your family members are gonna have their emotions ripped out, you know, after you die. So that always is on my mind, but at the same point, if I can't prevent harm, then I am no good. I'm just here. I'm just temporarily removing pain from other people's lives as they seem to think my life is still valuable. And I don't really think my life is that valuable, but I would like to hear differently. It's also kind of hard to keep on going with this philosophy if you don't believe you're productive. So that's just my quick statement. I'm still here. I make videos all the time. Most of them are no good, so I have another channel that just does whatever I'm feeling like, and hopefully something good will come of it. Thanks for listening, and thanks for being here. You guys are what keeps me motivated. I want to do better, and we'll see if that actually happens. Thank you.
never can forget the day when my dear mother did sweetly say, you are leaving, my darling boy. You always have been your mother's joy. Now as you leave, and this word's wrong, you may not be able to get back home. But remember Jesus, who lives on high, is watching over you with a mighty eye. The world is so full of old sin and woe, and many sorrows everywhere you go. But remember Jesus, who's everywhere. If you get in trouble now, he'll meet you there. If you'll bow down before his face and trust in him for his saving grace now, and you have a burden, he'll make them light, and he sure will guide you all in the right. Now when I think of my mother dear, how often she did try to cheer my wandering mind, why it's gonna stray, but saying, son, accept the way.
For me, it is more personal. Maybe other people won't say that so readily. For me, it is. Not necessarily something that is an entirely logic-based response, rather more of an intuitive one, of my own experiences and seeing other people. I find the idea of having the power to be the red button, the cause or even supporter for extinction, fascinating. Anti-natalism only? Leave all the rest of sentience behind? Hell no. If I have the choice, give me the whole pie of doom. Let's blow this shit show into oblivion. I'd have no problems calling the philosophy extinctionism, or even perhaps annihilationism, but I know the public has their sensibilities, and all of this can be motherfucking shocking. Boom.
once I recognized the fact that I have power, once you recognize the fact that you can harm things, that you can make the choice to take your BB gun out and kill a bird, once you realize that you can change destinies and affect things that feel, at least for me anyway, it got me thinking that this is I have a responsibility now to justify my existence. How am I affecting not just me, but how am I affecting the world? So those are the two elements, right? There's your own comfort, and then there's the impact you have on the world. And I've made many videos saying this thing. I don't know if I get any acknowledgement of that's the truth of our existence. There's two factual, significant things happening. There's your mental states, the stream of your
Test, 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 test.
Do you hear me? Guess the problem. Hello. Hello.
Grr.
wish I could say I love you, but I don't necessarily. Just know I